No. This is Mario. Beloved, I like to start at the beginning. I think that's a good place. So let me dig deep so I could come up with a most sincere gratefulness for another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment, naturally and deliciously flavored by Armstrong ice cream. Yes, beloved, I well, no. Before I go off and then I forget again, let me do my diligence by recalling that at 3:30 we will be having our Crucian history question because the lady I called the general, beautiful Aisha, would have it no other way. She instructs me to come up with a Crucian history question so that she could complement the correct answer with a full quart. Yes, a full quart of your favorite flavor of Amsterdam ice cream. And that, beloved, you can't beat not even with a black water stick. But I must say, that, beloved, I was truly under the impression, accurately speaking, I would say I was hopeful, hoping that it would be something that elected representatives in government would jump on, would be anxious to be a part of, and that it would not require my having to recruit amongst my beloved audience that if and when you come across a good Senator Kenneth Gittins, that you would ask him that question. Yes, to ask him, have you spoken with Amsterdam ice cream? Well, beloved, I have been hoping against hope because, to tell you the truth, I have not had any positive response. Nothing positive at all. And I telling you truthfully, I really thought that there would be, well, amongst the 7 St. Croix district senators, that they would be, if not anxious, they would be very willing to be a part of finding a way to get Armstrong ice cream in packaged form so that it could be, well, found wherever you find ice cream, whether it's in a grocery store, a supermarket, all the gas stations that carry the ice cream, that, well, Armstrong ice cream would be packaged and you would find it wherever you find ice cream at St. Croix. And that the challenge, if I could characterize it as a challenge, because I didn't think it would be a challenge. But if there was a challenge, it would be the initial phase, which is what does it require to get Armstrong ice cream packaged? I mean, then like it's a monumental task, but it would require putting heads together as to what would be the most effective and cost effective for sure, what would be the most effective way to come up with an attractive packaging for Armstrong ice cream. That is what I saw as, if there was any challenge to it, that would have been it. How to go about doing that in the most efficient way. But beloved, unbelievable, but that's where we are. We have not been able to even get to that initial challenge because, plain and simple, even though I personally spoke with Senator Gittins face to face, and as I expected, he was all for it. Yeah, man, it's a good thing. The response that I had anticipated, and that's why it is troubling to me that we can't get our first base with this thing yet. But I mean, I was hesitant to use the word confident, but I was feeling pretty secure that yes, you know, this thing would be a winner, and that just like how Senator Gittins, when I spoke with him, was receptive and positive. That's what I was thinking all along. That this So a win-win situation. How could you lose? I mean, you tell me which senator, or for that matter, senators who make themselves responsible for having Hampshire ice cream packaged and sold wherever ice cream is sold on St. Croix. I mean, how you would tell me that whoever that senator or senators would be, that they would not become even more popular because it's the winner. I mean, beloved, you have always, I mean, ain't no one that I have come across, not just here, the beloved audience and the radio, but just out on the street. I am yet to come across somebody who said this is a bad idea. No, this can't work. No, 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 no. We not come again with that thing will work. Not that was a beloved. Everybody embrace it. Everybody is, yeah. You know, it's about time. And like you said, it's the perfect vehicle for the inside out cultivation to show us that we could do for ourselves. And ain't nothing wrong with Hampshire ice cream being the vehicle to show us that we could actually be the instrument of inside out cultivation for all benefit. But believe it or not, and that's what I am forced to believe, beloved. I I am at a loss to try to explain to myself, to rationalize why it is that we can't get this thing a first base even. Can't get it there. I don't know. Let me hear from you. Let me hear from you. Good afternoon to you.
Mario, and following your lead of a positive response, I
Thank you.
wish I could say this was Kenny Gitton calling.
Thank you.
But I believe that absence of positive response is a negative response.
Mhm. Well,
Anyway,
again, I mean, no, I see the logic in that, but I
yeah,
mean, getting absolutely no response. And I don't want to say that the Senate have been avoiding me, but as time go by, I mean, it's more and more obvious. It's like, bobbing and weaving and ducking and dodging, and, you know,
all right.
can't get
Yes,
a response
yes,
because,
you might too. Go ahead.
no, because I don't see how Senator Gittins, and I'm using him because he's the one that came up with the resolution that got me
Uh-huh.
thinking this way here. He's the one who proposed a resolution to honor the family and the whole ice cream business for Armstrong and whatnot. So I actually went to him and spoke with him. But really,
Uh-huh.
whether it be Senator Gittins or any of the seven St. Croix district senators, you know,
Hmm.
I don't see how it could be anything but a winner for them. And that is what
All
is so
right.
troubling to me because anyway I go with this, anybody I talk to, on the air, off the air, I mean, everybody, yeah, man, what? Have some ice cream package? Yeah, that's a good thing. And so I'm thinking that with politics being what it is, that the senators would, see this in that light And yeah, I want a piece of
Of
that.
course,
I want my
of
name
course.
on that there because yeah, that is that is good for votes, you know.
So
But yeah,
it would
so
be a win-win.
that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
It would be a win-win. But I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's your show that is not coming. I don't know.
Again, I have to yield to whatever anybody tells me because, like I said, I don't have any logical response at all. I can't think of any rationalization, that would make any sense. And so, and then particularly since he's not made himself available, and one time I did think I saw him, and next thing I look, he was gone, and I said, well, I, I, I ain't gonna say that, but the thing is just that, you know, I have not had any response from anyone. And so basically, I said, this Tuesday I am going to put my heart into it and to actually produce, so that Gideons could hear because can't tell me that he hear all these weeks and that this thing here, but I gonna let it know that hey, I am going to speak to any of the seven senators,
All
including
right.
Senator Gittins, but I've only been talking to Senator Gittins. But that's
All
why
right.
I was decided to myself, I'm going to give Senator Gittins the last push here today, Tuesday. And then, if again still no response, I am going to have to try any of the six others because, again, the issue that has me troubled is just that. And I said, maybe you're right, it's because it's me. But what has me
All right.
troubled is that whoever I speak to, on the air, off the air, on the street, wherever I run into everybody, yeah, man, not just yes, but enthusiastically yes, yes, that's a
All
good
right.
thing. Yeah, man, we need something like that. Yeah. And then at the
Mm.
same time, politicians who you think would have an even sharper perspective on things like this, nada, nothing, zilch. And I'm saying, what going on? And so maybe just because it's me. Like you say, I don't know. I don't know, Mr. I don't know.
Yeah. But let me ask you something. I suspect and believe that all 15 senators that were present voted for this measure.
Yes,
I would
yes,
think.
yes, yes, yes. I mean,
Yeah,
and
but
again, because that's just it. I mean, the fact of the matter, I have never come across anybody else saying cry. And this is from long before I have the task, the wonderful task of promoting the ice cream forever. Because I used to sell the ice cream at the airport. When I had to get shop at the
right.
airport, I used to sell the ice cream there. I have
I
never
remember
had
that.
I have never had a negative reaction to Amshan ice cream. And that is what is so troubling to me. It says, Lord, Harry, the judgment. I mean, you
But
know, I don't know, sir. I don't know.
no, you mean not even one of the other 15 or 14 can compound and say something after hearing you
Well, this is,
begging?
you sound like me now. That's what I'm saying. That today, that's why I came on, Sunday. Usually Sundays, usually my day when I spend a little time thinking what I'm gonna do for Tuesday for the program, come up with a history
Yeah.
question and things like that. And then I thought to myself, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go all out Tuesday, and it's still nothing. Then I gonna try to find all six of them or any one of the six others or whoever missing. Because if certain like it is don't want it, well, hey, I try my best. So yes,
Of course.
I today, kind of to myself, you know, drawing that line in my cognitive skills there to say, well, like, okay, nothing happened, well, whoever is willing to help, I'm ready to work with them here because Armstrong Ice Cream, again, it's not about all I did was speak to Mr. Armstrong when I learned about the resolution. And he said, yeah.
Yeah.
And so I said to him, I said, but hey, wouldn't it be something much more helpful to advance the product if we could get this thing packaged? And he said, man, you mean, of course. And I said, well, okay, let me see what I could do to get the government involved because you want to do, you can't do it on your own. You need some help,
That's for
and
sure.
I would think that this is something that our government would want to be involved in, So I says, just let me do what I see what I could do, Mr. Armstrong. And so that's all the conversation we've had. So I know that, again, like everybody else, he's on board, you
All
know,
right.
and, so and all I was asking is to get Senator Gittins to sit down with Mr. Armstrong and see if they could work out the foundation of a plan that they could develop to see how this thing could be done because I don't want to step ahead of myself and do anything other than what I could do by running my mouth. Just
But,
here,
but Mario, for
yeah.
him to do that, to President Trump, that should be very easy, muy fácil.
You sound like you just said my head no, but that's what I've done for weeks. From the time the idea came to me, from the time I learned about the resolution, which is must a couple months ago now, you know, this
Oh,
thing came to me, and I have been talking about it on the radio ever since I got the opportunity to speak to him face to face. The man even got me a copy of the resolution. He just sit here, and I say, yes. Well, all I'm
yeah.
doing is following up on this here. And again,
But
I don't know, my son. I'm at a loss because if I had never had the opportunity to speak to him, well, who knows what am I have thought? But I spoke with the man,
yeah,
and yes,
right,
he's on board. Yes, like
right.
everybody else, he thinks, yeah, man, it's a great idea. Yeah, we need to do that. So that is what
Right.
got me, stopped. I don't know what going on.
Okay, but let me go by saying this. I'm going to use whatever influence I have left in my voice. Kenny, come on, Mario. I got it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. You still strong.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Yes, beloved. There you have it, and it's like that. It's yeah, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say because everybody, and I literally mean everybody I have spoken to, and over the couple months that has been now, I mean, it's a lot of people that I've spoken to, and I can't think of anybody who was even hesitating. I mean, everybody was, enthusiastically positive. Yes, yeah, Mario, we need that. I mean, yes, what after ice cream package that whatever the order there, I could go into with a place of gas, I could get a quarter of some ice cream or whatever the thing is from the gas station. So man, you will be able to get your ice cream wherever, whenever, because that's the point. You know, there is no ice cream more favored on St. Croix than Armstrong ice cream. That's unquestioned. That's factual. So the thing is, how can we make this ice cream available like every other ice cream. And all that is that well, we need to have the ice cream packaged. So like every other ice cream, it could find itself on the shelf, displayed like all the others for the customers to choose. And Lord Harry, the judge, I mean, I have, to the best of my record, never come across a more agreeable project than this one. I mean, this is what I'm saying to you, beloved. I mean, and you've heard the responses here on the radio. Everybody says, yes, Mary, yes, that's a good thing. Yes, man, I'm sorry, yes. But yet, here we are. We can't even get a sit down. Can't even get a sit down between Senator Gittins and the chief executive officer of Armstrong Ice Cream, Cedric Armstrong. And that's all I'm asking for. Because, beloved, I ain't trying to do anything other than execute the thought that comes to my mind when I first learned about this resolution to commend Armstrong Ice Cream and the Armstrong family. I mean, and well, you hear me? I keep saying the same thing over and over, but again, beloved, is I don't know. I'm just at a loss, you know, because I don't want to go down that road that it's because it's Mario involved that they shine away. I don't think so. I mean, I ain't no happy day involvement in it any matter which way, other than I have a big mouth because my voice is amplified on this platform that is WSTX radio. That's the only involvement that I have. And seeing what an idea it was, I said, no man, I got to do this. And then when I was able to speak with Senator Gittins, it was like, oh no man, this we gotta bring this thing over. We got to do this. You know, who would have thought that I would be at this point, all these weeks later, trying to figure out why we haven't even had a sit-down meeting yet with the senator and the CEO. Why is that? And that's basically that's all we have. And, like I said, beloved, maybe you could see some, I don't know, but maybe you can see some aspect of this thing here that I am not seeing. I will, I could only reach out to you, so help me out here because that's what we're going to do. But beloved, as we approach the top of the hour, let me remind you of the one other thing that we have. today, Tuesday, 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we'd be expecting uh, Mr. Michael Henry, who we are much more familiar with as the physicist. The physicist. Yes, he expected to be with us at 2 o'clock uh, this afternoon, where we are going to hopefully learn how we could uh, well, do our best as a community to support much needed changes to our Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. So we're going to be talking with Mr. Physicist about the authority just about 1 hour from now. But hold train, beloved. So lick your cream. Samsung ice cream is just so good for your soul. Yes, beloved, I don't know how to categorize this, who to pin the blame on, what was the catalytic element that bring it about? I don't know. But beloved, I have, well, I have known myself to be a product of this 84 square mile island since 1939. Back then, there was no thing, I won't call her name, but I did not have a real doctor, as it is, but she helped my mother to deliver me in my mother's bed back in 1939. And I say that because, beloved, this is what I know. And as I grew into myself, I guess I fell in love with myself and loving to read. I found myself reading more and more about who I was as a resident of the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands. Let me hold on. Hold on a minute. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mario.
Yes, man. Welcome.
All right, one question. I think I heard you said it before. Did Senator Gittins put a resolution to honor the Armstrong family?
Yes, he was the one who proposed it. He proposed it. But he had, the other senators, senators who came on as co-sponsors. But he was the one who proposed it. Pardon me?
Is it passed? It's a law?
I don't think it's been to the floor yet. But it passed the committee. But I don't think they've had a session.
It passed the rules committee.
I think so. Yes, from rules committee it will go to the floor, but to the best of my knowledge, and to tell you the truth, I haven't been keeping as close an eye on it as maybe I should have, because I've been more concentrated on trying to get this sit down between the senator and yes, I could say this to you. There was no opposition in committee, none. It passed, with flying colors. And this is the reason why you're hearing so much frustration in me. Because, like I said, every indication was that everybody was 100% for this.
Okay, I understand that. But let me just go back a little.
Go ahead.
I think living here long enough, I feel I know the procedure of the legislature. It first went to the Committee of Jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Committee of Jurisdiction sent it over to the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee sent it on to the full Senate. I'm asking, is the full Senate approved?
And that is what I am saying. I don't think they have had a meeting of the full body since it's been through committee. I don't think so.
Okay, the reason why I asked that, I know maybe he don't want to put them done before it becomes approved by 3 states.
Well, it could be. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. But I mean, what's still so difficult is just, uh, getting word to me then and say, well, like, Mario, hold your horses cool out. I'm going to walk on it. But let
I
me,
understand you. I understand you clearly. But probably, I'm not picking up for you. Probably don't want that kind of everything.
no, but I'm just
So
taking, I'm just
I know
taking,
okay, I understand all your things. I understand what you're saying. Everybody might not think it that way. Everybody might think it. So I don't try calling to find out if that went to the legislature for full approval or when all 15 senators
okay,
have a majority of eight in St. Thomas to find out if he has went that far. My
okay.
instinct is since he ain't gone that to the legislature, nothing of the NC going on any little further. See? So go ahead, you have a right to express yourself, nothing wrong with the sentiment, but I just will find it if the legislature already passed it, what would take him or others to
Well,
come up
I
with
appreciate any information that you could get, man, and even if it is for me to just cool out and let it go, no problem at all, no problem at all with me.
okay, I'll see to catch up with you. But
Thank you.
another matter. No, another matter.
I listen.
Mario, I know someone has camera.
I'm
Okay,
listening to
I'm
you.
trying to reach you. I tried to reach you last Friday, but didn't get it. Last Friday was the 17th of April. That made me 57 years living in U.S. Virgin Islands. 7 in St. Thomas, 15 St. Croix. I am here saying publicly to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially St. Croix, thank you all for allowing me to be a part of you all. I come here, you all accept me. Everything is not going
Well, why you
well,
don't
but
identify
still I
yourself?
got it. Myself is Ira Upset. Sometimes they refer to me as the Union Man or PTA Man. Ira Upset. Think I'm somebody you know very well.
Well,
I
I
am
know
just
you,
like
but
to
I
say,
mean, as you were saying this, I said, well, like, just go ahead and identify yourself.
yes, I just would like to thank the people of the Virgin Islands from the bottom of my heart.
But you're a
I love
good
you.
man, and I mean, and that, I guess from me, the farther back to go you would be, I am all for us being on the same boat, and this boat here is called the Caribbean because we're all, you know,
I
descendants.
was, I was,
We're all
I was
descendants of
listening.
Africa, and we need to start waking up and realize that we are all in the same boat. We are all the same people from one big family tree.
Okay, that is very true. I remember this show you had on Carlton. I was there as a little boy, younger, and
Oh,
yes,
that was the days,
I,
man, when we nearly had civil war amongst ourselves, then, man. We
yes,
well,
I know
well,
that. I was here. I was
well.
here
So
before.
you know
Uh,
what? You know which side I've been fighting on for the longest.
so I would like to say once again, I appreciate you all. I love me to be in this island. We are Virgin Islands, being Christ in Thomas, Kenya. I achieved a lot here. I accomplished a lot here. I was president of three different local unions in St. Croix. I was an officer of three schools PTA. I was a member of the National PTA to the Congress to the state. We used to go every year. I was a member of that to the Virgin Islands. I'm also another member of the International PTA office. I could go to conference every year if I wish to, which I don't really go. I have two sons, one born here, one born in St. Kitts. The one born here is a diplomat working for the State Department. Through him, I had the privilege to go to Africa. So he was stationed in Africa for 3 years, and I was privileged to go to Africa for 5 weeks. Where I went,
is not much different to in certain aspects that we are suffering here, we are suffering there. One thing made me cry, and I tell you that you quite say yes. I went to school in Franklin barefoot, and I've never been able to live after 50 years to see children going to school barefoot. I saw that in Africa, and my brother, they realized the condition, and they were contented and they were joyful and happy to go. Those are some of my accomplishments that I have in things. PTA officer, union representative, and different aspects I get into. I say my little bit about politics, which I don't get too much now. But it's not coming away to me deteriorating more and it was before. So I'm just a little hesitant to get in that. It's from once again, that's somebody to get chance. I appreciate what I achieved in the UN Virgin Islands, particularly. Thank you. I will see if I catch up with Thanksgiving, if I get any information, why it has not been pursued after he started, and I will get back to you. Have a good afternoon.
We appreciate it, and again, welcome you, man, and send you a big crucial hug because you're one of women.
All right, thank you. 57 years, 57 years.
You're a young man, man.
57 years.
You're a young man.
I know. No, 57 years, 58 years.
You're a young man with you have a lot to accomplish yet.
Yeah, well, I ain't really see the whole thing is like everybody getting each other and it's too much now. Too much going on in my business. I live here when we had road and stuff up on top of Checkfield there. We got here with the cricket thing. Now we got so many different things and those things look sweeter and better than love. I could say because over the years I walked to KMC. I will all of Bethlehem. Those were ducks. The only problem we had is to income. If you income that was stone, solid. And today, every winter that I was in the shop, front end, much enough. So I could afford to start because I hear 57 years out of my ears. So anybody could almost get my age, it does realize 57. I come in as a little boy in 1969. I did like dialoguing with you. I'll continue to listen. Have a great afternoon.
All the best to you, man.
Okay.
All the best to you,
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And congratulations on all your achievements. And, well, we go back. You know that.
Yes,
So
sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
take care of yourself, man. And, hey, look forward to the future. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mario, I heard who I thought was Landval. Was that him just now on the line with you?
No, that wasn't. Well, that's Hobson. That was Hobson. As he said, you young man.
Okay. What about Landval? I haven't heard about him for a while.
I haven't either. Until you just mentioned his name, I said, it's when you mentioned his name, I said, wow, that's, I don't know what we call a Landval. I don't know what else. I even hear the name, much less if a Landval, I don't know.
Yeah. Landval is a very good man. He's a get-it-done person.
Yeah.
And I am glad that this administration see to it and that I believe they have given him a contract or given him some kind of work because all it could do is to the betterment for the people. That's all they're going to do.
Yeah.
I heard you saying that you got the Trenchant caller coming on at 2.
Yes, 2 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about your favorite authority, water and power.
Right. I heard when he told you last week that he would take the challenge and try to see because I understand that he said it that he had applied for a job or maybe even offered them free advice and they refused it.
Well, we are going to try and do our best to take advantage of this election that's ahead of us here to see if we could have some measurable improvement to our situation for reliable and affordable electricity.
Well, let me do this right now for the Trenchant caller. This is Al Nips from St. Thomas. My number is 561-772-2440. Pump me in with you. One, it have anything to do with straightening up WAPA for the betterment of the people. Okay, pump me in.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. That's how we're talking about.
Let me just say this. You know, I don't know how to phrase it other than to say the governor would need to explain to power companies across the world what is so magical about the CEO of WAPA that he has to be paid $500,000. Now I got my backside ream out by native Virgin Islanders. I jealous a car night. I jealous a car night. Car night is a civil engineer. I am referred to as an electrical engineer. I am not jealous of Carl Knight. I make more money than Carl Knight because I work for myself. He could do that too. But a lot of them, they don't want to stop something. The government, they will stay there forever. They're afraid to venture into private business. Mario, from the time I know you to be in private business. I myself, a family group of companies all across the Caribbean. By the time I was 13 years old. So I don't know what Chuckness is talking about. I'm jealous. But I don't want to question him because I did many times publicly. And he ain't going to dance me. He going to tell me who know more about underwater and submersible cable that he and Albert Bryan could ever learn. That he could say somebody sabotage a 7.6 kV line. It's 7.6 kV line to St. John. I know that because I helped install them and repair them. Okay? And I am glad and proud that I have been. It wasn't my job to do it. I dove in shark-infested waters to float the cable up on a barge. We put a sleeve on it after we put it back together, after we splice it, and let it back down the water. These are things I have been doing since the 60s. You know, but I guess it's what your name is and from whence you came, that you'll have all this glorification. But I want to bet, and I'm going out, I want to bet the people of the Virgin Islands, with all these outages we had, some places up to 2 days, your light bill don't go nowhere up. Your light bill is going nowhere but up. So if they feel that, as I was told by the Crucialness educator, that she didn't tell me, she didn't know help in paying a bill. So when she would ram it up your Kazuka, I got Mario.
All right. Beloved, we are hoping to get Amsang ice cream packaged. And again, we didn't think it would be, well, the kind of challenge that is presenting itself as so far. When the thought came to me after I digested the resolution that was proposed by Senator Gittins, I was well, really encouraged, elated, enthusiastic that that the thought came to me that if the 36th legislature can, by resolution, commend the Armstrong family and the Armstrong homemade ice cream as a business that has survived, well, for more than 100 years right here in St. Croix. Beloved, I thought that, my mind had finally repaid me by coming up with the idea to encourage the government to go beyond a resolution, which is of course welcome, but to go beyond that by allowing for Armstrong ice cream to move up to another level. It is a product that is, without overestimating it, exaggerating, without any hyperbole, I feel confident in saying that Armstrong ice cream is beloved on this 84 square mile island of St. Croix. Armstrong ice cream is well, like I said, is embraced by one and all. Poetry, come on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Once again, I welcome your enlightenment.
Just information and enlightenment that we all should be sharing with each other. So
Well,
don't think it's a one-way street. Don't think it's a one-way
share
street.
some enlightenment. According to this information that I gathered on the source, it says here, called night whopper salary is a base salary of $300,000 annually. A contract term, 3 years, ending July 28, 2027. Performance bonus up to $75,000 annually. Housing allowance, $36,000, which was declined by him. He could have taken that housing allowance, he declined it. Benefits include company vehicles, access in each district, and he has a certain role to play, but his role and responsibility is controlled by a board, the WAPA board, so he cannot make decisions arbitrarily. It's by the democratic process. The board takes a vote, and I think it's so sad how some people vilify our public officials And I appreciate anybody wants to offer ideas on how we could resolve this WAPA issue. It's a persistent issue.
Well, I don't know if you missed it, but come half an hour from now, 2 o'clock time, we're expecting Mr. Michael Henry, better known to our radio listeners here as the physicist.
No, I didn't miss it. I heard your announcement.
Okay, we will be talking. I'm just saying it because that's the point, is that we will be trying our best, to try and bring about, a measure of improvement to our situation with the authority, because we are suffering.
Well, knowledge is power. So if we have a better understanding, maybe we could focus on coming up with viable solutions.
That's a good point.
Instead of making it just an emotional issue.
No, we don't want that. We want to move forward with it, and
yes, we need to move forward.
Yeah.
We have to go beyond that. This thing about maligning people's character and spreading false information.
Well,
we need to go about that. This is an election cycle, and it's an insult to my intelligence that people could tell you who's the right choice. It's up to the individual voter. When they go in the poll, you can't go in the poll with somebody else.
Well, right now we're not. But again, let me just restrain you a little bit. We're not there yet. At some point, we're hoping to have some issues that we would like to take place in the 37th legislature. But right now, we are looking forward to working it out together, that we could decide what is in our best interest. And so we don't know yet about,
we are going to decide when we go into the polls on an individual basis.
Well, like I said, I'm just what I'm trying to but I'm slow down. I'm trying to restrain you on that part so far, is that yes, we want to first deal with what we, as the consumers of the authority, water and power, what we could do with the help of Mr. Michael Henry, the physicist, what we could do, and then we can see what, if anything, we can approach candidate or candidates with for the election. But right now, we're talking about WAPA and what we can do to improve our situation with WAPA. And we're going to get to the candidates yet, but we're just not there yet.
Okay. Yes, I respect that, because Good. Whether you are elected official or an aspirant, we all affected by this WAPA issue.
Okay, yeah.
And we should all be working, in my opinion, collaboratively, cohesively, and cooperatively with the Virgin Islands government.
That's what we want to do.
That's one of the issues that has to be addressed by the Virgin Islands government. This is a public utility company. Now, some people suggest dismantle the board.
Well, again, let me restrain you again. All right, hold on. You'll get your opportunity as of 2 o'clock. Mr. Henry, the physicist, will be here, and you could make your.
You could call in?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, I look forward to hear.
Of course, I mean, we're all involved. We are just looking to Mr. Physicist to articulate this position we should take, so that as a group, we don't confuse each other, get into friction between each other, personalities and whatnot, but rather cohesively come up with the ideas that will help us to have a better product for the 37th legislature.
Well, that's important. We need to focus on the issues.
Good thing. So
solution-oriented conversation.
So come 2 o'clock. Yes, you are welcome. Everybody is welcome. Yes, your comment, your question, your suggestion, whatever.
Let's talk about ideas. Mama, just talk about maligning people's character.
Slow down, buddy. Slow down. All right. Okay, slow down.
Okay, well, anyway, appreciate.
Thank you.
The information that you have given us, and I hope people could go and verify facts for themselves, because I know this is an election season. And
thank you.
Anybody would have mouth to talk and say anything they want.
Thank you again. That's it. Thank you. All right, all of it. And beloved, I hope we don't end up with a minor civil war here, because we are trying to improve our situation, not to further muddy the waters. So, again, lick your cream, beloved, because Armstrong ice cream is just so good for your soul. And yes, indeed, we are in our productive gear, hoping to do something to help our situation. And beloved, we started out with the Armstrong ice cream. And why is it so a difficult thing to get the government involved in helping to get Armstrong ice cream packaged so that it could be sold, well, wherever ice cream is sold there in St. Croix. Why not? But we shall see. We had a call holding on here. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, Mario. I'm not a physicist.
Well, again, we will have the physicist at 2 o'clock. It's Michael.
Yeah, I know.
Michael Henry.
I know. I'm the French caller. Yeah, I know. I told you already. I'm going to be listening. I'm saying this. I'm just letting you know that your calls would be welcome. Whatever questions, suggestions, whatever. You and Mario, everybody else. We want. Mario,
yes.
Mario, if my calls won't be welcome on such a subject, then I would say that it's something that St. Croix has against me. Okay?
No, but again, but if you let me finish. But if you let me finish. But if you let me finish, it wasn't personal to you, no. I was just trying to take advantage of the situation to let everyone know here that we're simply using the physicist, as we all know him, which is Michael Henry, to lead the discussion. He has a know-how and he articulates well on the radio, so that we're hoping that he can lead us to be able to better understand the authority that many of us don't really. I, for one, I know very little about not the authority so much as, the water and power, the mechanics of it. I am no physicist. I am no engineer, civil, electrical, or otherwise. I am just a talk show host that likes to read, and I have a big mouth that is amplified by the radio. So that basically all I wanted to get across is that, again, everyone is welcome, but please let us allow for the physicist to lead us. That's all I was wanting to say.
Okay, but if you will, leader, if you will, I am not better than the physicist. I have a lot of electrical and civil engineering experience. He's a physicist. I have worked on a mathematical physicist in getting to where I came. Okay, so you may be preaching to the choir.
No, I am speaking. You see, that's what I said. But please, I am trying to speak to all my beloved audience. I'm not personalizing this.
Yes. I understand all of that. You said it 1,000 times. I am saying that we entertain foolishness. What I'm saying. Now, I want to have the question that this lady that came on after me is going to ask the trenchant all law. What does it have to do with math and science? She's a certified science teacher. She said she no more electrical engineering than me.
All right, we don't have to go down there, please. We don't have to go. All right.
I have to defend myself.
Well, again, Lord Harry, the judge.
Why she tear my ass and I must say nothing?
Listen, please, man, please. At 2 o'clock, we want to try to get together,
2 o'clock, I have something to say now, Mario. I have something to say now.
Well, yes, but slow down, please. It's still my program, still am the moderator here.
Of course,
and all I'm saying, well, and all I'm, oh, Lord, you wouldn't even let me talk about program.
God, that's so what you're saying, the same thing over and over and over.
But that is my right. I'm the moderator.
To a lot of things, Mario.
Well, why you want to argue? Why do you want to argue with me?
I am not arguing, sir.
Well, then why can't we wait until 2 o'clock?
Brother man, I'm not waiting till 2 o'clock. I have to talk something now. If you don't want me to talk now, cut me off.
But I mean, you see what I'm saying? Why you want a personal that? No.
You want to take this French?
No, I just want you to wait till 2 o'clock so we could all be on the same page.
The fact that I'm not going to wait until 2, then you cut me off now. I want to know.
Well, are you want to talk to me? Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to the people. You don't talk to the people, Mario. I'm talking to the people too. What is this?
I'm listening.
Who is the transgender caller going to be talking to me, you, or the people? I'm talking to the people. But you know what I did? I see what this thing has become. Mario, I'm going to tell your head straight up now. But as long as we know each other, for the 50 years that you spent on radio trying to convince your compatriots, your beloved, you did a good job, but it did not take it in. Is that your fault? Okay? Don't tell me. I'm not idiot. I don't need a slide rule or electronic engineering calculator to figure if a base salary is 300,000. And then you start to have all these add-ons. It goes on to 500,000. The governor is who mentioned that in the air. I don't know what contract you're reading from. I'm reading from a different contract that show all the add-ons. Why do I just leave it? God, that is a crucial. I got.
Beloved, like I said, we started out with the Armstrong ice cream, trying to see how we could get the government involved by way of Senator Gittins. And in case anyone might have missed some of what came beforehand, the reason it's Senator Gittins is because he is the senator who proposed the resolution commending Armstrong Ice Cream and the Armstrong family. And then I personally spoke with Senator Gittins. So that's why it is the senator that we're referencing. Well, we are hoping to be able to get Senator Gittins to sit down with Mr. Cedric Armstrong, who is the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, and for them to, well, hopefully come up with the foundational principles that would be necessary to get this endeavor going between the government and Armstrong Ice Cream, that would end up with the ice cream being attractively packaged. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moyes.
And a big welcome to you.
How are you doing today?
So far, so good. I'm looking forward to a productive program here, and we're hoping that you will add to it.
Well, I have a doctor appointment. I just pulled up here, but I wanted to make a little public service announcement, if you would allow me.
I'm listening.
Yesterday, my cousin who lives in Corwin Terrace and St. Thomas, that's on the western end, right across from Siridi King, put up on her Facebook page some pictures of raw sewage coming out of manhole cover, toilet paper, and the whole shebang, as they say. So she said it's been like that for several weeks. So I contacted Waste Management to find out why was this happening. story short, ended up calling again today and speaking with Mr. Darryl Griffith, who is the CFO, and found out the main culprit is the pump for the pump station that's by Banco Popular, right across from Concrete, right as it passes the gas station, and that they currently should be receiving one coming from St. Croix. He said they was having some logistical problems because it's a 2,000-pound pump, I guess, to ferry it across to St. Thomas. But he said hopefully it should be installed by week's end and up and running and get that situation addressed. But I was asking them in the meantime, there are local vendors who do that type of work. And if they could have them come and have their trucks, which I called one of the vendors, and I was told that they do have that truck and it's working. But due to the fact that the government has been late with vendor payments, they're hesitant. So I just wanted to give that update. So the residents who live in the Bossfield or in Terrace, if you're done at UBI too, because it's right there in the classrooms, the Cyril King is right there as well. As a matter of fact, St. Thomas is almost in the middle of Carnival. That is not a good look. But my main concern is the residents who have to live there. Like my cousin said, she was just walking down the street to catch the bus safari. So I almost splashed up because I was just free flow running in the streets. I don't understand why that wasn't made top priority, seeing that that's a biohazard with a major health concern. Like I said, I just wanted to at least give an update according to what I was told by the CFO. They're waiting to get this pump from St. Croix to be installed, and which would help with the situation, which is to move the waste around. The pump ain't working, so everything is just backed up into the streets.
But
Hey,
this,
Mr. Moorhead,
no, well, if I might,
sure.
what I'm understanding, Mr. Grant, from your explanation is that they're saying that the problem has to do with this pump that they need to get
Correct.
from St. Croix to St. Thomas. And all I wanted to say at this point here is that it seems to be, well, a resolvable problem if it is that
Correct.
what is taking place is happening because of this pump, and it's only a matter of being able to get the pump from St. Croix to St. Thomas and, well, put in place, and the problem will be resolved. I hope that is the case, and I could only wish that the many issues that we have with the authority can be so readily diagnosed and resolved.
Well, I don't think a lot of them are going to be that easy, but I'm sure some of them are that easy. But, currently there is an overhauling of the, I guess, the wastewater treatment system from some federal allocations that they're currently, according to the CFO for waste management, where they're doing a lot of extensive work, I guess, currently at the island of St. Croix. Let's hope that can get addressed. My she'll keep an eye on it, and she will, I told her that's what they said. Hopefully by week's end, maybe early next week, they can get this pumped in. But in the meantime, I don't think they could go and get some disinfectant, at least to keep the scent down. I don't know. Like I say, if they could hire one of those sewage disposal companies that can come and clean what's currently flowing in the streets, at least until they get the pump installed and online and get that going.
Well, we keep hope alive.
All right. So he was telling me when I first called that he wanted me to something about your part of this program, the program today.
No, yeah, well, actually, maybe I wasn't clear, but that at 2:00, between 2 and 3 o'clock, Mr. Michael Henry, better known to us here on the program as the physicist, will be in the house.
Oh, okay.
And he is going to lead us in trying to understand many of the issues with the authority and what we might be able to do, with some of the candidates for this November to put us in a better situation for the 37 legislature, that we could better deal with the issues of the Water and Power Authority. So that this is what we're hoping to begin with, Madam Minister, just about 2:00, where we take the top of the hour break, come back. We hope to have the physicists with us, and that's what it's all about, trying to do something to help our situation with WAPA.
Well, as I go in here to this office, I'll be listening on my headphones, and when I get an opportunity, I'll call back and wait. How's that?
You will be welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care now.
And as we take this break, Mr. Bourhead, I waited for that option ice cream to be packaged and sent here to New York. So I then tell them man, walk on that.
Will do. All right. Thank you. All righty. And there you have it, beloved. Yes, even the New York one, I'm sure ice cream package. So, as I keep saying, I am yet to hear a negative response. I am yet to hear any response that indicates why it would be problematic in any way. And this is why it is such a mystified issue that we just can't understand why it is still not, on the way to being resolved. But that's the situation with Armstrong Ice Cream, and hoping to get it packaged and available wherever ice cream is sold at St. Croix. But for now, we're at the top of the hour to take our break. And when we come back, it will be Mr. Michael Henry, better known to you on this platform here as the physicist himself. And we will be looking at the Virgin Islands WAPA Power Authority. And hopefully we'll all get a better grip on this elusive authority. Lick your cream, beloved, because Armstrong Ice Cream is just so good to your soul. We're back, beloved. And yes, indeed, it's the 2 o'clock hour. And for them and those of you who have your television on, because I don't know how you refer to it, but I think it's something to do with it. The internet, you're able to see some of this or whatever. But in the house is Mr. Michael Henry, that we all have become so familiar with as the physicist. And beloved, here it is. And I think we already have a call, so let's start it off. Good. Maybe not. No. Well, no, we do not have callers, or maybe they decided it's best to allow you to take the lead. And so let me welcome you, Mr. Physicist. I had college training because so to me it's quite fitted for the platform that we have. And again, no take back on it. Physicist being quite appropriate, particularly for our discussion. But beloved, let me know in my role what I would like to have Mr. Henry do for us is to, first of all, I have already concluded that the waste the energy, is a good program for us. Right. And so that having consumed that, I thought that it would be best if I could have the physicists break that down for us, tell us what the nuts and bolts of this waste the energy thing, and how achievable would it be for our situation being what it is, and so if we could start there, because if it is a goal, hey, we want to go with it. But so let me, on behalf of all the beloved audience, welcome you, Mr. Physicist, to our platform. You're in charge.
Right. So I've been promoting waste energy for since 2009. It's not a silver bullet, as I said before in the last show. We have no silver bullets. It's going to our energy, our electric power needs. It's going to be a combination of things. The question is what things and how much of what. So waste energy should be a part of that. I think it might only give us like 15% of our power, but that is good. That's 15% of fuel that we don't have to buy. And this is stuff that we have and always going to have. And we also have a problem about getting rid of it. So this hits two of our major problems: our waste, which is piling up and giving us problems, and our energy need. So it makes sense to do this. You're going to still need something like propane, but I more think, natural gas is the better deal. It's much cheaper than propane and doesn't fluctuate in price like propane. Propane, you get propane from oil refineries. They're a byproduct. They're trying to primarily get gas because that's what sells the best, but they're going to get some propane. And so they have this and they sell it. So that's where we're getting our propane. And because it's tied to the oil refinery, the price of oil goes up, the price of propane goes up. Natural gas is not so much tied to it. It is in part because you do get some, when you dig up an oil well, floating above that is going to be natural gas. So they do get natural gas from oil wells, but not from the refining process. It's basically they're getting two products out of the same well. And you're also getting a ton of oil, natural gas that has nothing to do with oil. That's the shale frac oil, what they get from fracking, and that has nothing really to do with oil. Well, oil wells, let's put it that way. And so the price of natural gas is cheaper and does not fluctuate with the price of oil. Propane fluctuates with the price of oil. So natural gas is where we should be trying to get to eventually. It's the cheapest form of energy. Cheaper also than solar. Solars, for solar voltaic panels, and there are two different types of solar energy. The more common one is the solar voltaic, which is what we have. And that should also be part of our mix. So it should really be waste energy, solar, and natural gas. That is what we should be trying to get to, a mixture of those three. Solar, as we all know, if it's nighttime, no sun, no energy. If it gets cloudy, sun is blocked, no energy. So solar by itself, it can't be, but it should be a mix. You can have battery backups, so you could get the power stored in the batteries, but batteries are expensive. Batteries don't last forever. You're gonna have to replace those. And what I find, like for example, my car battery in the States lasts about 5 years. Move back home, my car battery, I'm lucky if I get it to last 2 years. Batteries don't last, I believe it's because of all the moisture in the air. Water molecules are what they call polar. The oxygen part of it is negative, the hydrogen part of it is positive. And so, and it's in our air. So it's surrounding our batteries. And I believe that is what prematurely drains them. And so, but in any case, whatever the cause, I find our batteries don't last. The batteries down here don't even give us half. At least when it comes to the car batteries, doesn't give us half of what you get in the States. And so we're going to be having to replace batteries in these systems, and it's costly. Usually, I haven't looked at it lately, but maybe 10 years ago, I looked at the pricing of solar, and the panels are about 1/3 of the cost, the batteries are about 1/3 of the cost, and then the electronics is about 1/3. And it's not exact, but that's, just to get a feel for what it is. The electronics are not quite 1/3, but they're close enough. And you need the electronics because solar power gives you DC power and electricity, which is similar to a battery. The light from the sun separates the positive and negative charges. So one end of the panel one end is going to be negative, the next end is going to be positive. And so it's basically a battery. But that gives you DC current. The current that we use from the wall and get from our power station is alternating current, AC current. And so you're going to have to change the DC current to AC to fit it in the system. And that's what the electronics are all about. And so yeah. So, but in any case, as you said towards the end of our last thing, I should start from the beginning. So I was, making some assumptions that people knew certain things, and then when I went home and I thought about it, I was like, yeah, a lot of people, there's no reason for them to know this. So I'll start from the beginning.
Yes.
And the real beginning, Genesis 1 verse 1.
How about that?
Yeah. And so it starts off, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of the Lord of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. That's the first 3 verses of the Bible.
Yeah.
That matches up to the Big Bang Theory that scientists says is the beginning of the universe. Okay. So what you have, and that relates to our electrical system. And also it relates to my PhD. My area of physics is atomic, molecular, and optical physics. Optics deals with light and how light interacts with materials, and how it interacts with electrons and protons. And most of pretty much everything we know about the universe, the table, are made up of atoms that are made up of electrons and protons. So, and this is what the heavens and the earth is made up of. So again, as I said, Genesis started it out, telling us this. Even before science was a thing, before physics was a thing, somehow, I guess, God intervention, the revelation, I don't know, something innate about us, knew that this was what was going on. And as I said, optics is like, so if you have an electron, you have a negative charge. A proton, you have a positive charge. Positive and negative charges attract each other and can cause, so therefore cause motion. And they combine to make atoms. The simplest atom is a hydrogen atom, which is a proton and an electron. They attract each other and they move around each other. And this is what we learned in school. To get anything above that, you need now neutrons, because if you want more higher atoms, you got to add in protons. You add in another proton, now you're talking about having a helium atom. You add in another proton, you're talking about beryllium, the lithium. So you go on and on. These atoms, the hydrogen atom will happen naturally right away. But anything above that, you need the protons to add in a new proton. You have to get that up to very high speeds. And it doesn't happen by normally. Where it happens in the stars. At night, what you're seeing is the stars, not even night, during the day, all now, every star that you see at night, it's making atoms. And that's where you get the bigger atoms. Eventually, some of these stars, the large stars, they do supernova, they explode, and they scatter all the atoms that they've been making out into the universe. And then those atoms start to combine again and form planets. And so this is something that's going on. So at night, you're seeing, and when the atoms are sped up, when they're accelerated, when their speed changes, they get, the charges, the protons coming together. When they come together, so your two protons come together, fuse together, and form a helium atom. Well, as I said, they have to come up with a lot of speed to do it, because positive charges are going to repel each other. So to get over the repulsion, those protons have to gather a lot of speed. But once they come very close, then there's another force that kicks in called the strong force that binds them together. But they have to get rid of all that speed or that energy that they gather. And energy is one of the things that we find there is conserved. You cannot create energy, you cannot destroy energy. All the energy that's there in the universe has always been there from the beginning of time and will be there at the end of time. You cannot create or destroy energy. You can only transform it from one type to the other or transfer it from one object to the other. So when those protons are rushing in and going to form a new atom, it has to get rid of that speed. It has to dump that speed, and that speed is energy. It can't just disappear. So, and it has to get rid of it, because if it doesn't, then it's going to collide with the other proton and bunks off, and no new atom is formed. So how does it get rid of it? Well, this is what God put in his universe. When you have that occur, it can dump its energy as light. And that's the light you see from the stars at night. As they're creating new atoms, they have to dump that energy and they give it off as light. And so that's why I said my area is atomic, molecular, and optical physics, because they're all combined. They're all happening in the atom. So when the other thing that happens, So if you have two charged particles, they have a force between them, either pulling them together if they're unlike charges or repelling. And this is where we get electricity. Electric current is the flow of electrical charges. And they flow because they're either pulling each other or pushing each other away. But the other thing that happens when you have an electrical charge moving, it creates a magnetic field. That's how magnets are formed. So you have them moving around, and they create this magnetic field. And this is what, for whatever reason, and when you die, you know, if God exists and you meet him, you could ask him why, among the many questions you probably have for him. But nobody knows. But whenever you have a changing magnetic field, the universe tries to keep it constant. It tries to keep it the same. It does, for whatever reason, God has that the magnetic fields aren't really supposed to change just like that. That nature opposes it. Eventually it does change, but nature opposes it. How it opposes it? If you have a coil, a wire coil, it moves the charges in that coil to create its own magnetic field to oppose the change. So if the magnetic field is getting smaller, it creates a magnetic field in the same direction to keep it constant. And that's how our power company creates electricity. It has coils. It has the magnetic field changing inside those coils. And so the electrons in that coil is going to create a current, creating a magnetic field to oppose the change. And that's the current we have. That's where we get our current from. So there's a number of ways they can do it, but the main way they do it is by having the coils or rotating.
Time for me to step in and be the agitator, maybe.
Right.
Because I need to remind us that radio time is limited.
Right.
And I, as my position in this case, is to moderate. And I need to moderate you to let us be on the same page, understand that. But again, we are not going to be able to have an in-depth class of what is and is not electricity, and how is it that the positive and the negative together to cause this current and so forth. We don't. But what I have to be insistent on is to keep you on the page with us to get us to understand how it is that our waste
and that's what
can produce this thing that hopefully we'll get an opportunity somewhere down the road to ask God more about it. But for now, we're sticking with you. And so we want you to, how is it that we can get our waste to produce electricity?
And that's what I'm getting to. I was just giving a little background. Now I've got
it's not a little background because we don't have the time.
But it would, what I'm about to say would bring up questions, and those were the answers to those questions.
Okay.
So the key is in what we're trying to do, and WAPA is trying to do, is rotate these coils in the presence of a magnetic field. And that would then cause a current to be driven in those coils. The key is, how do you get them to rotate? And most of the, if not all, is what you do, as I said last time, a pinwheel. Or even better, you know, the wind turbines. Everybody's seen these wind turbines, you know, all over the island, and they're gone now, but they were there. And so as wind passes through those turbines, it hits the blades, and because the blades are angled, it causes a rotation when it hits the blade. From one power plant to the other, you have coal power plants, you have nuclear, you have the wind turbines, you have hydro. All of them are the same thing. They are what they call fluids. Either gas or liquid is a fluid. When those travel from one point to the other, and you have your turbine in between, when those fluids hit the turbines, it causes them to spin. So with the wind turbines, it's the air, the wind, that is going from high pressure air to low pressure air. And as it travels, you have your turbine in the blades in the middle. When it hits that, it turns. With hydro, it's flowing from high level water level to a low water level, and you have your turbine in the middle. And so when it hits those blades, it causes it to turn. With nuclear, coal, propane, oil, all of them, they use that energy to boil water to create steam. The steam does the same thing. Steam is a fluid. As it flows from the high pressure area, the hot area, to the low pressure area, the cold area, you have your turbines in between. It hits those and it causes it to turn. All of them operate in the same way. There you have a current loop, a wire loop, rotating in the presence of a magnetic field, and that will change as it rotates, creating current in electrical current in the question is, how do you get your fluid? Do you boil water? That's where the steam and boilers. Or do you use, like, for example, propane and stuff? You just the gas, again, it's a gas. You ignite it, you get it flowing. And so now you have a fluid flowing. So you don't need to boil water. You can just use that hot gas, and it flows from the hot area to the cold area with your turbine in between, and it turns. And connected to your turbine is your generator, which is a wire coil, and that rotates in a magnetic field, creating current. So the question becomes, most of the time you could just use the hot gases, or you could boil water with the hot gases and then use that. The question becomes, what fluid do you use to ignite? What is your energy source? So you could use propane, you could use coal, you could use oil, diesel, you could or you could use waste material. We know we could burn wood, and that creates heat. Burn paper, that creates heat. Burn tires, that creates heat. And tires are a great source of energy. Tires will burn for days. So you could use your waste as your source of energy, either using the hot gases from that to go to your turbine, or you use that to boil water to create steam that goes to your turbine. And so what I am proposing is, we have a waste problem. We need to get rid of waste. You have humans, you're going to have waste. You can take that waste and you could dump it like we're doing, or ship it off island, like the tires and the bottles. Or we could leave them here and use them as a source of fuel to either boil water to create steam, or use the direct thing. The direct thing is probably not the best. Boiling water is the better thing.
Right there. What we're saying is that I don't know if it's the first question or controversy.
Right, whatever.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, Mario. He's on a good subject there, but like you said, he's going on many subjects that are not directed at waste the energy project.
Speak to him directly.
I would like to, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. I'm pro on with you with the waste the energy. The one thing with converting our waste, our garbage, our used oil, our sludge from the sewage,
all of those are fine products for converting to a gas, as you're saying. And that gas, that's the syngas. That's the gas that we need to turn a generator, as you were saying, in many different fashions. My main focus would be steam. I would like to use it to boil water to create steam, because the byproduct of the steam is a second added to our whole concept here of clean drinking water. That's distilled water.
Yes, yes.
I'm not truly hearing you unless I turn up my radio.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I must get closer to the mic. Yeah, I agree. And the last time I was here, I was saying that is my thing. Yeah, to use would be to use the steam, because for that very reason, you can also get really good drinking water.
So again, let me get back to the waste stream. What I'm keep hearing out in the public is that there isn't enough garbage. You know, my thing is this: build it, it's going to come. The reason why I say it that way, in a sense, is if our community, if our Virgin Islands, our main industry is tourism, wouldn't you think we'll get a lot more garbage if we really develop our tourist industry here?
Yeah, more people, more waste. That's just
okay.
Right.
So again,
people come with waste.
Let me give you another scenario. Okay, say we don't have it. We've streamlined our waste to go into this, go towards the refining location, the place where we're going to take the garbage and we're going to convert it to that gas. And getting back to details on the tire, you're absolutely correct. The tire gives you almost 12 cubic feet of gas. Okay, 1 pound of rubber tire produces 11 cubic feet of gas.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it behooves us to keep those tires that we've been trying to send off, spending a lot of money to get rid of.
Exactly.
And utilize that within our process, because that's the number one. And many islands have that problem. I'm not saying we're taking garbage. What we would do, and in the process, the tires need to be cleaned and chipped into like 3-inch pieces. That's the largest you really want to use in this reactor system. And I'm saying to you that there's so much tires all over. What I would do is I would almost give them a shredder and tell them, look, how much do you charge to get rid of your tires? And here on St. Thomas, I know it's like $8,000, $9,000 now, maybe 6 months ago, to take those tires and ship them off island. This is what the tire companies are doing. They're spending that kind of money.
Shipping off our ship. It's basically like shipping, or it's kind of like if we were to drill for
to ship these tires and give them back to us as fuel chips for the system, and only charge them $3,000 to get rid of those tires.
Yeah,
they're already collecting $1 on every tire when you go to change the tires at tire shop. So I'm saying to you, there's more than enough money there, and the end process would benefit us as a whole, because now we're becoming more self-sufficient, less fuel dependent on some outside source providing us the fuel. When in actuality, we're using our tires and our garbage system in order to make the gas to run the turbine, as you suggested.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does. It's embarrassing that we're basically like taking oil, drilling for oil, taking the oil, packing it up, and shipping it off, paying somebody to take it. Oh, for us.
And who pays for that? Isn't it us?
We apparently. Yeah. Yeah. What we're doing makes no sense. Yes, it's not going to be 100% of it. It's what I calculated. We in the VI, they say we have about 160,000 tons of trash per year. That comes to, when you equate it, that gives us about 80 megawatts of power by
let me give you another source. Don't the cruise ships dump all their garbage in Puerto Rico when they do a turnaround?
Yeah.
Okay, is their garbage
offer to take it at half price,
Right.
as long as it comes already separated to fit our needs within our system.
Yeah. Looking at
There's
our
another revenue stream.
looking at
And just the next thing, they'll stay later at night for that transition. And then you know what we offer them? The same distilled, fine drinking water that we produce from the system.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
That was $10 million a month.
When you look at our
cruise lines alone.
when we look at our situation, this is the only thing that makes sense. It's embarrassing that we haven't been doing it. There's so many different ways. Yes, it's not going to give us all our energy, but it will stop us from paying for a lot of stuff, and it would give us some. At least 15% of our energy would come from that. But yet still we're shipping that off island. And now
it really, to me, it really resolves this dump issue.
Exactly.
When they say they close that dump, where is going to be the next location? There isn't any island.
Exactly.
Let's don't put it out on the key, and then we got to still ship it back and forth to that. No.
Yeah.
You know, I'm kind of against it being something that's developed in St. John, and I'm hearing the people in St. John talking about, we're going to do waste energy, we're gonna gather and do recycling and blah blah. That's a pristine island. It does not need to develop a dump site.
Yeah.
Okay,
and especially when they have St. Thomas right there.
I'm not for.
Yeah.
It needs to be centrally located.
Yeah.
You know, that's the key to this thing too.
Yeah.
You know,
there should be a plant on St. Thomas and a plant on St. Croix. That makes sense.
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And as you said, it reaches Huntsville, Alabama. They've been doing this for 30-something years. Their landfill has not grown in that time period.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we're not reinventing the wheel.
Exactly.
We just want to use the wheel and make it better.
Yeah.
We need to apply it to what our needs are here, and that's a necessity. We got to deal with the garbage. That's no question.
Yeah.
But if the byproduct is electricity and real drinking, we can borrow water. But I know that the cruise ships, they stop buying water from us because they have an RO on the boat.
Right.
Why would you buy RO water when you have an RO? Makes no sense. But that distilled water that we were making from the IDE system down in Wappa, they couldn't buy enough. And I'm saying to you, that's a key to keeping them here longer into the night.
And people
what I see.
People who have gotten Wappa water.
And add one more thing. What about plugging them into the electricity that we create?
Yeah.
It ain't just for the cruise lines alone.
Yeah.
They'll stay in later at night, don't go nowhere, plugged in, the tourists can come up. The next stop, they can leave here at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning, and make that easily. How much fuel will they have saved?
Yeah.
They think on that too.
It makes sense for so many different reasons. If we just stop and think about it for a little while, as your call, you have brought up at least 5 different reasons why this would make sense to do. It really, and I'm sure there are a whole lot. I'm sure other people could bring in other ideas that we haven't thought about.
Well, if I might be the awkward voice here. Hello. All right. Yes, I am cutting in here to say, please remember, we're on radio, and that means time is as precious as the electricity that we try to do here. And so if we could focus on what we need to accomplish, because basically all we have is 1 hour a week.
Right.
And we need to take advantage of it.
I'll tell you where it is.
And there's one last thing, and I'll shut up again, is that because of the system here, when either one of us is talking, we've got to make room to interrupt, because there is a 20-second delay, and you don't hear it until it's too late. So, okay, please, okay. I'm shutting up.
other thing I'd like to say before I just turn off my list on the radio. The biggest problem was getting whatever facility that you're going to have doing this, if it's private, to get a power purchase agreement with our water and power authority, which has been an issue, and I can tell you this, the nuts and bolts of it. I'm not going to get into that. But here it is, to solve all of that, all of these agencies that are out here, Waste Management Authority, WAPA, Water and Power Authority, Port Authority, all need to come back as a department under the Department of Public Works. Once they're under one roof, then it can be resolved because they all be working together as a team. All of them, the left hand and the right hand and the 2 feet have to work together in order for this body to work. If it doesn't, they'll be fighting over the dollar that it creates. And that's the last thing I really have to say. It needs to be something that is ran, managed by us, the people, the government. Yes. Once the government decides to do the right thing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't think, the other thing too, I don't know, we're small fry. I'm not sure what private company is going to want to invest in us, you know? And so I think this is something the government is going to have to do. And they're going to have, and then it also takes different age waste management and WAPA to work together. And the government, you know, the senators pass laws, they can create a thing that they either one entity or somehow forcing them to work together. But and then there's money. The federal government will give us money to do this. You know, this is not something, you know, new thing. These are tried and true technologies that other places have been doing for decades successfully. And as I said, Huntsville, Alabama, that is at least one place that is doing all of these things. And I'm sure there are other places. We can find places that will give us guidance, and we could come up with a plan, go to the federal government to get funding for it. You know, a private industry, that would be nice if a private company comes in and wants to do this, but I don't think so. I know back in Turnbull's time, there was a private industry talking about doing that, but they wanted to up the amount of garbage that was there so that to make it financially feasible financially gainful for them. So they wanted talking about bringing all the garbage from St. Thomas over to St. Croix, and then also bringing garbage from other islands. And why? Because they wanted to make money. That's what people do. That's what businesses do. They're looking at, okay, if we invest so much money here, we want so much return on that investment. And so for them to get that, they would have to bring in garbage from all over. But if you're talking about a government entity, they're not there for a profit. They're there to break even. A perfect government entity breaks even because the money they're spending is tax money. That's people's money who they didn't have a choice. You don't have an option. A private business, you have an option of whether you're going to buy something for them. They go up in their price and you can say, okay, well, that's too much. I'm not going to buy it. But you ain't got any choice in taxes. They go up on taxes. You got to pay the taxes or you're going to jail. And so because of that, they have to spend that money responsibly. It's not just because it's not voluntary. A private industry can do what they want because, you know, it's voluntary. You don't have to buy anything from it. And so governments are supposed to run where they basically break even, well, you know, ideally. And so yes, I think this is something, as Carl was saying, this is something the government needs to do. And it needs waste management and WAPA to cooperate. And this will be one portion. It will be a solution for waste management, their total solution. For WAPA, it won't be a total solution. It'll be one part of it. And then solar, as I said, would be another part. And they need to move from propane. Propane was a nice step away from oil, a nice intermediate step. But then they need to start planning for the next step, which is natural gas. And the fact that, I say it's a nice thing because you can take this gas that you're getting from the waste and incorporate it into your system, because your system already is working on gas, propane. And then if you go to natural gas, it's already working on natural gas. It's easy to incorporate it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henry.
Hey.
You know, this is the first I am learning your name. I mean, for the years I've heard you on the radio on how you're being referred to as Mr. CC and the physicist, and in recent time, the Trenchant caller.
Right, right.
So, but the name Henry, the only Henry that I know out of St. Croix was Oscar Henry, my good friend. Are you related to him?
No, no. When I was growing up, there was about 3 Henrys, groups of Henrys. And most of them, I know definitely 2 of them were from Antigua, but we didn't know of any relation. I'm sure there is going down the thing, but that we didn't know of any. Now there's even more, and still don't know a relation.
But tell me then, sir, are you're Crucian, but you hail from any other part of the Caribbean, your heritage?
No, well, Antigua, my heritage, both my mother and father are from Antigua.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
well,
yeah.
That's good. That's good. My grandfather on my mother's side was from Liberta Village. He was an Anglican preacher.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my father was an Anglican preacher too on St. Croix.
We got a lot in common.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Now, I've been listening to you, and you go very deep, of course, in physics, and I would not try to keep up with you, but it's a learning experience.
Mm.
My training is in electrical engineering, some civil, but mostly surveying for, carving out properties, not so much into road building and bridges and that type of stuff, which civil would give you that.
Right. But civil also goes into power plants, so which is your area. Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. You probably, as myself, have had a little experience, if maybe not dealing with, or probably through research. I have had experience in doing contract work for Connecticut, the greater New York area, Houston, Power and Light, Orcutt, out in Texas, and now I'm still doing some work with FPL, Florida Power and Light.
Mm-hmm.
Also, in the BVI, where both my parents hail from, I have done some work for that company over there, also BITEC, British Ordinary Electricity Corporation. Now, tell me this, sir. The whatever generation unit that we have, WAPA, and Tampa, so you understand, we got some aggregate in the Croix. And I don't know why it wasn't enforced, that the Buy American Act was not enforced, that the Buy GE and Westinghouse unit. That's how it works. Yeah. Okay? But I guess the word answer I got was, we got a deal. I don't know what deal all the cities were done about.
Let me add a bit of information that might explain things to you. So why they went to the Wärtsilä for a couple of reasons. One, there was a senator that was pushing it, that brought it up, and so that was one. But 2, also it was where they were at the time. They were using diesel and were trying to move over to propane. Wärtsilä gave them generators that can use multi fuels. It could use diesel, it could use propane, it could use natural gas. So right, and I think that's what attracted them. I know at the time they were talking about that. So because they were in that transitional phase, I think that's why they were more, one of the reasons, one of two reasons, they were more attracted. And I think that's why also the senator was found out about them and was pushing it. So I think it was supposed to be a transition. I never got the idea that this was going to be a permanent fix. That I thought the Watsillas were supposed to be used as a transition. And then, as people are pointing out, they're not meant to handle constant running. They are peak power.
I know that, as a matter of fact, I know that.
Right, I know you would. Yeah, they're meant as a peak power generators. When you have a strong thing like a boiler or steam are working, and then constantly through the night and whatever. But then when the daytime comes and people start to use more electricity, you want to be able to wrap something up quickly. And then when they stop using it, bring it down quickly. The Watsillas can do that. They are for peak power that you could get them started real quick. A boiler, you have to wait till the water boils and to create the steam. And we all know about boiling water because we've all boiled water on the stove. It takes some time. And so the Watsillas, you could get them up quickly. And then when people stop using electricity, you could bring them down quickly. And that, as far as I know, is what the Watsillas are meant to do. They're not meant to be running all day, all night long.
Well, I mean, that has been proven. I mean, they do come up quickly, but then they fall like dominoes on the load.
Right. Because they're not supposed to be run for 6, 7, 8 hours. They can't handle it. They're not built to do that. They are built for peak power.
Let me ask one more question, then I'll make a statement, and I'm going. What do you think of the water bottling initiative as a source of income for WAPA?
I think it's a great idea. I've had the WAPA water, and not the one through the pipe, because the ones through the pipe, you get rust with that. But the ones that come straight bottled in the plant before they went to the RO, when they were still using steam, cooling it down, and getting the drinking water from that. That's the distillation thing. When you boil the water in one spot, the steam rises, flows through pipes, and then goes to another container where you cool it down, and that's where you get the water.
Right.
You leave behind all the calcium, the salt, all the stuff gets left behind in the boiler. Yeah. And so you get really pure distilled water. And I've had it, and it tastes great. Everybody that I know that has had it, WAPA used to give it away in little bottles. I think during the Ag Fair, they used to give it away and at other events. And that is the best water I've ever tasted in my life. And everybody says that.
I myself coming directly off rather than going through the rusted pipe.
Right.
But this water that goes through the rusted pipe, they don't give it away. They sell it at a premium. We pay a lot of money for that dirty thinking water.
Yep. And iron in general, the rust in general is not bad for you, but like everything else, there is such a thing as too much iron. So it is a concern, especially for the people in Frederiksted, because they're getting all the rust. So up east, it's not that bad. But as you go down towards Frederiksted, you're collecting, you get the rust from east, you get the rust from Mid-Island, you get the rust all the way. Right. So by the time it ends up in Frederiksted, it's this orange. I've seen a lot of really bad, and I don't think you're supposed to be consuming that much iron. I'm not a doctor. I do know there is a limit. I've researched things and looked at it, and it can cause problems. And I don't.
I'm glad you said that, because there are some amongst us that would continue to try to shut me up and say that, number one, they paid 4 and 5 times the cost of electricity than stateside paid. I should stay stateside and shut my black ass. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I do. I don't think you should. We need all the help. We need all the ideas, or people pointing out different things. Not everybody, no one person is going to think of everything. Not one person is going to spot everything.
Of course that. But let me tell you, and I'm going to tell you, and I'm sure you know this very well. Up to, was it earlier, no, it wasn't early consideration, early part of the week. Late last week, when you spoke, I think you came on after me on a subject matter, and someone came on afterwards wanted to blast you.
Oh, yeah?
But you always complaining, you said, I mean, they don't want the truth. What do they want?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I like complainers because I said they spot things, the things that other people didn't spot, they see and they're willing to say, you know, and so, you know, I like when people disagree with me with things. They a lot of times make me stronger. I go and they say something and I go and I research that thing and then I learn more about this topic that I did before. If they hadn't complained or haven't disagreed with me, I would not learn what I learned when I go to research the thing.
Of course. But let me try to say this and go now. I have done some work in the British Virgin Islands, mainly Tugpulla, in the substations and in the main plant at Aqua Park. There are Wärtsilä units there that work fine. Why is that happening in the PVI but not on St. Thomas?
That's a good question. You know, it could be when they were manufactured. And then the other thing, I don't know what Wärtsiläs we got. We don't pay our bills. So a lot of times companies give us what they have sitting on the shelf and can't get anybody else to buy. I know that was the case with our education department with books. We would get the teachers would invite the teachers in. The teachers would look at different books and they say, this is the book we want. And that's not the book that they end up with. They end up with some of the book that nobody wanted. And I'm pretty sure that's the case because it was known that we wouldn't pay our bills. So the book companies would be like, I'm not giving you my bestseller when I'm not going to get money from you. Yeah, you can have this stuff that's been sitting in our factories, our warehouse that we're trying to get rid of so we can put new things in there. You could have this. And that's what we end up with.
Mr. Henry, I am glad you went there because what we got for the Wärtsilä, the German unit, was 6 and 7 megawatt units that they're trying to hook up. I don't know, parallel series, TV parallel, whatever. I don't know what kind of connection they're using. However, the PVI was smarter and they got 25 megawatt units. Okay. So it's a bit different. Different in cost.
Yeah.
Different in operation.
Yeah.
And it's a difference in not getting a deal brokered by a senator. You know what? We continue to see what that does for us in the Virgin Islands, but seemingly we like it.
Yeah.
They would rather cost me. They cost me and you. But that's okay. Anyway, I'll continue to listen. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, but he's right. You know, we have to do better. We have to plan better. And we have to pay our bills better, or we're going to continue to get the stuff that nobody else wants. The stuff that the companies are trying to get out of their warehouses that are not selling and taking up room, and they want to get rid of them.
Well, I certainly hope that our efforts are not dependent on our monetary policies. Because we operate on deficit financing here.
But the reason we do that is because we let them do that. We allow them with no pushback.
But this is just where it's going. Because again, like our 1 hour has left us as quick as that. You know, that's what I keep pointing to. And that, yes, you know, the mere fact that we have any number of vendors that hesitate the minute that they hear it's the Virgin Islands, you know, because we don't pay. We don't have the money to pay.
Well, we have money, but we do other stuff with it.
You know, there you go. Yeah. You know, and so I was just trying to point out that, again, this has to be a critical element in our appraisal of what must be done if we're going to have measured improvement.
Yeah, definitely. We have to have allocated resource set aside and that in a fashion that makes companies feel comfortable that they will get paid when they deliver. And I'm sure there are ways to do this. I can't imagine in finance that there's not a way to do something like that. But it's the will is usually the case.
Right.
And the thing is, we let WAPA and the government come back and tell us all kind of foolishness that I hear some of the stuff and I'm like, that makes no sense whatsoever. That is not true. But the people don't realize it. And so they accept it. And so the people don't have any pressure for them to do things that they don't particularly want to do, that they would rather do something else.
Yeah.
And that is a big problem. And this is one part of the reason I'm here is to put out the information so that people know what's what and have other callers bring in factual information so that people can realize what is happening to them and to then now do something about it. Because it can be solved.
Yeah.
It's not this thing, we don't know what to, no. People are doing the stuff that we need to do all over the US and worldwide, but let's not even go worldwide, just looking at the US.
Yeah.
People are doing the things that we need to do. And it can be done. It's not going to be easy. And that's one of the resistance. As I said in the last show, WAPA is working to just keep the stuff on. So to do planning and stuff, you're asking them when they're finished coming home from just getting the power on to do extra work. They're not going to just do it just because we ask, just because we complain. We have to put pressure on them. We know this with our children to do their schoolwork and stuff like that. They want to play, and you got to put a little pressure on them from time to time to get them to do what is right and what they know they should be doing, but don't have the willpower to do it. And that's what we. So I'm laying out what can be done, solid, sound things that have been being done elsewhere. So there's no excuse. Yes, it's going to take work because it's going to be a combination of things to put it together. And there are things you got to do your research. You can't just run off and buy a generator because as we see, we get a generator and it doesn't work with our system. You have to do the research and spend the time looking over the paperwork and talking to different people to find out what it's going to take to get this into our system and to work. It's not a light thing. And so what we're asking from WAPA and Waste Management is not, I'm under no illusion that this is an easy thing to do, but it's a necessary thing to do. We got to put on our big boy pants and not being sexist, big person pants and deal with the realities of our living and our life and coming up with things to make it better. This is what respectable, concerned societies do. And they have their difficulties, they have their problems, but they work through them. And this is what we're not doing. We're not what we knew. We know what we need to do. What we need to do is out there. It's being done by people. It's just that we don't have the willpower to make the sacrifices to get it done. We want to be using the money to do all kinds of other things, going on trips, all kinds of other stuff, instead of doing staying here, staying in the Virgin Islands, going on trips if it's to consult with some other place that's doing this stuff, and coming back with the information and incorporating it into our plan. We are behaving like children, to tell the truth, as a society. It's shameful.
That's where you come in. That's why we are desperately in need of you.
Well, I'm here to do what I can do to try to move things forward. Because
you know how, it's what is totally absent.
Yeah, but again, we're not just a know-how. So it's also, again, the will to do it. So like people are talking about, oh, we need to teach our children financial literacy. The children don't know that they're not supposed to spend all their money and to save some of it. It's not the lack of knowledge of what they need to do. It's the willpower to do it is what's missing. People know they need to save their money and then invest it in different ways. Who doesn't know this in this day and age?
Well, we need to hear that.
Right. And then it's a willpower to do it. Once you know it, now you got to do it. And that is what is absent. We want to buy things, and I fall into that category too. You know, I know, oh, I shouldn't really spend this money on this. I should really save it. But then I have to have the willpower to go without that thing. And sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. That's the thing that we got to have our children to work on. And so the same thing with our problems. The willpower to do it, to be an adult, stop being a child. A child can, run around and do, because adults are taking care of things. But you grow out of that, and now you're the adult. You got to stop that behavior. And
put the children, you're the adult in the room.
Oh, and I shouldn't be.
You're the adult in the room.
I should not be.
Yeah.
I should. They should
be. Imagine if you have to say that.
Yeah.
Then you should not be. That is how desperate our situation is.
Yeah. And that's the thing that we have to start teaching our children, and that you have to have this self-discipline to do what you know you need to do. That if you don't do it, nobody else is going to do it, and it's going to negatively affect your life and the people around you. And that is what is absent. If we were trying, as I said, I know Virgin Islanders, we're smart people, we go out and do all kinds of other things. But when it comes to the people at home, we are not doing the stuff that we know we need to do because we don't have that mind frame of sacrifice anymore. It used to be, I would say the 80s, late 80s, that has left us. It was slowly happening, little by little, but I think that's where it really started making an impact. And people do not sacrifice. They don't even want to go to church anymore. They don't want to sacrifice an hour. What sacrifice do we make? We don't make any sacrifices anymore. They don't even want to carry their children to school.
Let's see this. I think that this might be this call it back. But let's hear it anyway. Right. Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Yeah, Mario, Mr. Henry left?
No, still here.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you a question, sir. And this is based on a discussion I had with one of the German engineers that came with the Wärtsilä package was in Thomas. Just to install them and whatever is done. I asked him, why is it that the units, and of course you answer correctly with what you said, it was made to be running at 37 megawatts generally, then General Westinghouse was. However, before that, I asked him why it is that he had to stay so long in the Virgin Islands, that he's speaking English just as good as I. He said it's because they were, first of all, they were given the wrong information from WAPA as to what type of generators and for what usage they wanted. It took the 6 and 7 megawatts, and they felt they could tank would be the better electrical term. But when they started to, first of all, they couldn't get an interface to the system and work on survey. So whenever they jerry-rigged and tried to do what they thought they would do, it would pull down everything, including the big generators. Is that the same information you heard, or you had something different?
Yeah, I've heard that along those lines. Yours is a little more detailed than what I've heard, but it's around the same lines. And that's an experience that I've had. You know, I haven't worked in a power plant, but I have ran several labs, and I would buy several, expensive lasers and equipment. And you have this problem where I was trying to do an automated system for a experiment I was doing, and it wasn't the equipment. It was supposed to be able to work together, but then it wasn't doing it. And so I kept calling. I'll call one company. They would say, "Oh, it's the other company's fault." They call the other company. They say it's the other. And finally, I had to learn enough about it to pin it down and say, "No, it's your fault." And then they finally connected me to the engineers, and the engineers were like, "Oh yeah, we knew of that problem all along." And it turned out it wasn't really quite a fixable problem, but I was able to get something done. So this is what happens when you're dealing with more than one piece of equipment from different companies. They're not, it takes some time, some effort to get them to work together. And a lot of times you're not going to get a lot of help from the companies because they're going to try to blame it. The first instinct is blame it on the other company before they even look at it, pay attention. Like I said, with one thing, when I finally got to talk to an engineer from that company, when I said, "No, it's your fault, and I need to talk to somebody," they connected me. And it was something that the engineers knew was the problem.
Right. But you see what happened to Mr. Henry is that Whopper that sold a bill of goods, cat in bag maybe. The Vacilla units are not new.
Yeah.
Number one. And of course, people would want to fight me in the ground. They knew their head, they knew. Well, I tell you they're not new. Okay. Plus, there was some other thing. Oh, with regards to the German engineer that I spoke with, he said that the German company, Wärtsilä, has made their money off and repeated time. For him and two other engineers being in the island for years. Hello, here there for free. So that we like it so, and we don't like natives, including Hugo Hodge, that was there as a very good mechanical and plant engineer, but we'll run them out of town and we'll accept some stranger, mostly a white man dragging a pair of dirty slippers. Have a good evening, sir.
I don't know what to say other than that. The problem continues to expose itself because, like you said, there's so many moving parts.
Yeah. Well, what he brought up, you have to have your own people gain an understanding of what's going on, because if you don't and you interact with these companies, they will carry you for a ride. They are out to make money. That's the whole point. They're not non-profit organizations. The whole reason they got together is to make a profit. Somebody gave money to start that company as an investment, and they expect to get a good return on their investment. Or they could have gone and done it with something else, got into crypto or got into AI or some other industry. They decided this is the way they're going to make their money. And they want to and the whole point is to make a profit. Otherwise, they would have done a nonprofit organization instead, if they just wanted to give a service. So they are going to do things to try to do that. And you have to be an informed consumer when you're going to buy things from them. And that's the thing that we have not been. We have gone in blindly. I mean, look at the propane thing. That we gave the company plan as you go design. That they are going to design the plant as they went along and tell us how much we have to pay. So it went from $86 million to $160-something million. And it's like, of course, The company's in it to make money. You telling them that you tell me what to do, and
check.
right? What else are they going to do with you? What? And so you have to plan. You have to make sure that you have an idea what you're doing and where you want to go and how much you're willing to spend. But that takes time and effort, and we don't want to do that. And it doesn't matter how many times we get dragged to the gravel, we still just don't want to do that. And this is what is being an adult. I tell you, we hear people talk about racism and people are doing things to us. Life is a competition for resources. Every country and everything is battling for those same resources. That's like playing a big game of basketball and complaining that the other side is blocking your shots and won't allow you to do a layup. That's not how the game works. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be blocking your shots. You're supposed to be trying to figure out a way how to get your shots through. And this is what we're not doing. We're in the game of life of competition and complaining that the other side is blocking our shots. You're not going to get them to stop. You have to come up with a strategy knowing that they're going to be trying to block your shots and how you're going to get around that. And that's the thing I see we're not doing. Yes, the companies are going to try to make the biggest money from us. And also, we're not a big market. If they screw us over, we complain. Who's going to hear about it? The next state over is not going to hear about it. They'll continue doing business with them. So they can do what they want with us out here in the middle of the Caribbean. And nobody knows. No other customer ever hears about what they did to the Virgin Islands. Because there's only so many of us. So we have to even more so come up with a plan to protect ourselves and to make sure that they're going to be doing what's right with us.
Well, we have our problem laid out for us. Until next Tuesday. Beloved, lick your cream, because Absalom cream is just so good for your soul. That beloved, and yes, I know, yes, I know. But it's a new experience, and beloved, we are trying our best to see how best to get it to fit our needs, because there's no question about it. Uh, Michael Henry, our in-house physicist, is quite capable. But I have to try and find a way, the methodology of keeping him focused on the fact that we are in a desperate situation. We need help. And we've come to the point where we understand that, hey, he could be of help to us. But beloved, as I think you experience along with me, he's a teacher. And he wants to teach us as to how, well, the dysfunction has affected WAPA and, well, made it the inefficient water and power authority that it is. Well, I am going to try to stay focused on getting him to realize that we don't have the time to put in to explain to us how it is that the electricity is made. What we need to know is what he, Michael Henry, the physicist, what he sees as the best option for us being in the critical situation we're in with the limited amount of time that we have. And it is a bit of it, but that was our first session, and we're going to try to make it work for us. For now, beloved, it's time to actually, well, I don't know how else to say it other than to say it is time for our Crucian history question for today. Beloved, I want to take you back to, well, it's actually France. Yes. Maybe a month or so ago, we had a visit with King Louis XIV, the great King Louis XIV of France, when he decided as King of France to take back St. Pat's, St. Martin, and St. Kitts, along with St. Croix, to take them from the Knights of Malta and return them to the French West Indies. Well, beloved, we are once again dealing with the great King Louis XIV. This is the time when France has basically taken 1/3 of the island of Hispaniola from Spain. And this is the third that would be known to us as Haiti. And beloved, this is the Haiti that, well, in 100 years, it will be known as the Pearl of the Antilles. Well, the great King Louis XIV was actually in the process of removing settlers from across the French West Indies to what would become Haiti. Because, well, King Louis XIV had great plans for Haiti, and beloved, by the close of the 18th century, when the revolution began in Haiti, Haiti was already known as the greatest colony. That's right, the greatest colony in the world. It was producing 60% of the coffee that was consumed in the world. Imagine that, no? 60% of the coffee and 40% of the sugar. This is why it was called the Pearl of the Antilles, because, beloved, the great King Louis XIV had indeed brought his plan to fruition and made Haiti, well, a very, very profitable colony for France. The most profitable colony in colonial history, period. Like I said, 60% of the world's coffee was produced in Haiti, and 40% of the sugar out of Haiti. Well, beloved, I want us to concentrate on St. Croix, because as we were approaching the close of the 17th century, we too were experiencing these major changes that the King of France was undergoing. And so, beloved, all the settlers in St. Croix, French West Indies, because that's what we were then. St. Croix was the French West Indies, were being removed to help create this Haiti that became the pearl of the Antilles. Beloved, we were not the only ones, but we're talking about Crucian history, and so we're only concerned with how the great King Louis XIV was able to navigate all of these settlers to get them into Haiti. Beloved, we want to know how many people were moved from St. Croix to Haiti. I can tell you the number of white people that were settlers on St. Croix at the time. I will give you the number of whites that King Louis XIV had removed from St. Croix to Haiti. And then I'm going to ask you to tell us the number of enslaved that were removed from St. Croix to Haiti. So, if you are ready, so am I. Because, beloved, lately you've been way ahead of me. And matter of fact, I don't think it's taking more than 2 or 3 cars to give me the correct answer. Let us see if you have the correct answer for the number of enslaved Africans that were removed from St. Croix, French West Indies to Haiti. I am now giving you the number of white people. This is whites, men, women, and children. 147. 147. 147 white people were settled on St. Croix, French West Indies at this time. They were removed to Haiti. I need you to tell me how many enslaved Africans were on St. Croix, French West Indies, and removed to Haiti. Because, beloved, that was the plan. To remove all from St. Croix to help build up Haiti, that was going to become the pearl of the Antilles. So you tell me now, 147 white people, how many enslaved Africans were on St. Croix that were removed to Haiti? What is that number, beloved? You tell me. 147 whites. How many Africans? To be exact, how many enslaved Africans were they? Good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, brother. How you doing? You good?
You go tell me if I go to that now. I need to know how many enslaved Africans we talking about.
Sorry, I take it. Sorry, yeah, Mr. I got 16,000.
16,000.
Yeah.
And I get to tell you, wheel and come again. Let me see if this one go hold out today, because even matter of fact, yeah, last week, the very first caller had the answer. Remember that? The very first caller, yeah. Well, anyhow, no, beloved, that's 16,000. So 147 whites were removed from St. Croix, French West Indies to Haiti. How many enslaved Africans were they? Because they were all removed from St. Croix, French West Indies to Haiti. What is the number? Maybe I finally got one that could stop you for a little bit here, because that's what I was thinking Sunday when I was trying to come up with a question for today. I said, man, I got to come up with something a little bit more challenging for my beloved audience, because we get into scholarly. Matter of fact, yeah. Yes, the last question, it was who was it that had Cleft in the Land. Cleft in the Land. That's how it was last week. It was the kerosene oil. The kerosene oil, yes. And he gave me just like that, like one, bam, and before that, the week before that, again, it was really fast too, because that was Werner Peterson, who came up when we were trying to find out what was the name of the first slave that Alexander Hamilton had on Company Street, St. Croix, and the name was Ajax. And she told her, so let's see if you got a winner here. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mario. Let me try a thing.
Try a thing and let me see.
Okay, I would say about, let's say about 2000.
You say about 2000.
Uh-huh.
And I say, wheel and come again. It looked like I done my job Sunday because hey, already that's 2 callers.
Okay.
Because
okay, let me try
for the last 2 weeks I didn't even make it to the 3rd caller.
Right.
Wheel and come again, man. Okay, good.
All right.
Yes, beloved. Look like I'm doing a little better now because beloved, they can't just come up and say one thing, bang at them. No. Got to do a little research and look into it as to how many enslaved Africans was on this 84 square mile island of St. Croix. This would have been the year 1696. 1696. And the great King Louis XIV had just taken 1/3 of the island of Hispaniola from Spain, and they were in the process of developing what would be the richest colony in all of history, Haiti. They called it the Pearl of the Antilles. And beloved, could you imagine 60% of all the coffee in the world, 60% of it came from Haiti? So beloved, wherever you found yourself, Haiti was dominant in coffee. Haiti was dominant in sugar. Good afternoon to you.
Afternoon. Is the answer 500?
Is the answer 500? And I am going to say, wheel and come again. And this is the first time in weeks. The first time in weeks that I've been able to go through 3 callers without getting the correct answer. So I'm doing better. I'm getting some tougher questions for you now. Because, beloved, you've been getting away too easy. You've been getting away too easy. Good afternoon. What is the number? Tell me.
I go with 6,000.
You're going with 6,000.
Yeah.
And I'm going with wheel and come again. I'm feeling good today. I can get a chance to wheel and come again. Because, beloved, yes, you've been doing me real bad. You've been doing me bad. Good afternoon. What is the number?
547, Marie.
547. Well, all I could tell you is, beloved, before I give him the wheel and come again, I said, he is now finally in the ballpark. He's in the ballpark. But wheel and come again. How about that? 1696 was the year, and they removed 147 whites from St. Croix, French West Indies. The question is, how many enslaved Africans were in St. Croix at that time and removed to Haiti? Good afternoon. What's the number?
Mario, would it be 1600?
Wheel and come again. Got you. Got you.
I thought I would have been precocious.
Keep trying. You might be precocious yet, but not now.
Okay.
All righty. Beloved, the year was 1696. 1696. The King of France was the great Louis XIV, and he was removing all the settlers from all over the French West Indies, having them go to Haiti, where he was bent on developing Haiti into the Pearl of the Antilles. And he did, because, beloved, by the year 1791, hear this now? By the year 1791, which is just when now the revolution is going to take place in Haiti. You know, 60% of the coffee in the world came from Haiti. 60%. 40% of the sugar in the world came from Haiti. So you know that the great Louis XIV knew what he was doing, because the land in Haiti was very fertile, and all he wanted was to get some settlers, you know, and a truckload of enslaved Africans. And beloved, he made Haiti to be the Pearl of the Antilles. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Mr. Moore.
Welcome.
They had a 500,000 slaves, 32,000 whites, and 28,000 free blacks. So every 28,000. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what you're thinking. And I am so glad that I put in the hours Sunday to make it difficult for you all. Finally, you'll be getting away so I could say to you, work harder, wheel and come again. Good afternoon to you.
Mario.
Hello?
Answer Mario question.
Yes, I'm trying to get the number from you.
Mario 600.
You said 600?
Yeah.
Would you believe that you have given, you know, the best answer so far? And you just pitch it out your mouth just like that. And that was the best answer so far. But I still get to tell you, wheel and come again. Good afternoon. What is the number? Because, beloved, we ain't got a whole lot of time left here now. We started out late, but I'm giving you the hint. It's 600. 600 was the closest number we had so far.
643.
643.
Yeah.
Very, very close. But wheel and come again. Good afternoon to you. The man said 643, and I said, what?
650, 700.
Wheel and come again. You went the wrong way. Wheel and come again. No, beloved, no. You know. Good afternoon to you. What's the number we're looking for?
If that's 450, then it's
No, you're way too high. Matter of fact, let me give you the clue. Let me give you the clue. You understand?
Okay.
It is in the 600. It is in the 600. So don't go to 800, don't go to 700, don't go to 500. It's 600 and something. So you tell me what it is, but wheel and come again. Good afternoon. What's the number?
647, Mario.
Oh, close, close, close. But wheel and come again. What is the number? What is the number? It's 6 something. 600 and something. I am trying to give it away now because, hey, we are at the top of the hour. And you know how we just do? We don't like to go past 4 o'clock with this thing. So, hey, what is the number?
645.
Close, but wheel and come again. What's the number I'm looking for?
660.
Again, close, but then again. Matter of fact, because we are right there, I am going to say through you to all the beloved, it's 620 something. Tell me what it is, 620 something, and you don't lose a wheel and come again. Good afternoon. What is the number?
Yeah, I can't redeem myself, Mario. 625.
Ay, 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 that's about half. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Wheel and come again, but you're almost there, almost. What is it, beloved? What is it? Tell me the number 601.
628.
Ay, 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 ay. Beloved, it is 620 something, but not it. Wheel and come again.
Hello?
Yes, tell me what's the number.
624.
Ay, 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 you miss it by one. You miss it by one. Wheel and come again. What is it? What is it? What is it?
626.
Ay, 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 you went the wrong way. You went the wrong way. Wheel and come again. Help me, beloved. Help me. I'm trying to give it away. I'm trying to give it away. What's the number?
623.
There you go. Beloved, we got us a winner. 623 of our ancient ancestors were removed from St. Croix, French West Indies, to Haiti, where the great French King Louis XIV was building what he called the Port of the Antilles in Haiti. And beloved, 623 of our enslaved ancestors were removed from St. Croix, French West Indies to Haiti. Give me your full name. She ain't get the ice cream and I think, well, you know, she must be wondering, what's she doing?
This is the fun for the year. Yeah, Mario. This is the first for the year, but we got to remember all them. Mario, hello?
And I listen to you.
Them kind of time that the population wasn't so big in the Virgin Islands with slavery.
No, this is what they call, yeah. There's no, but right after this is 1696. And in what? 30 years is when now the Danes would actually buy St. Croix from France because St. Croix empty.
Right?
But that I ain't gonna tell you no more than that because that's something for down the road. Remember, we got Maroons and St. Croix, you know.
Yeah, and then they had Maruto.
Watch the man. The Maroons did not come to an end until when the Mingo Tamarin with the Dean man them went up there and a whole lot of them shut themselves over and the rock stone them at Annery Bay. But that would be, yes, that would be under the Danes. And here we still under France. This is 1696.
Okay.
All right. And in 1735 is when the Danes take over St. Croix. 1735. So that's what 35. Well, that's 39 years after this.
So Mario.
Yeah.
In its inception, right? St. Croix.
Yeah.
With the Dutch.
Yeah.
After the Dutch came home.
Well, remember now, the Dutch and the English came around at the same time. We don't know for sure exact date of the English, but the Dutch came in 1625. So around that same time, the English came. All right? Then later came now the French, and they were religious refugees. These were French Huguenots, French Protestants, who was running away because France was Catholic.
Yeah, France was Catholic.
Right.
I know that
so, okay, all right. So you had the French Huguenots in what ended up now was Frederiksted. You had the Dutch. This is where Fort Louis Augustin. This is Christiansted.
Okay, yeah.
And then the British was where our airport is now today, all Paradise and all of that, the South Shore. That is where the British was.
Okay.
But we had three different settlers at the same time. And when the Dutch brought the first set of our ancestors in 1644, this is when all hell broke loose because they started to fight over who control them.
Okay.
You got it?
Okay, man, I got it. Thank you.
All right. I know you got a memory of the legacy. Like one of them bank vault when you lock it down in lucky, Mr.
Yeah, just trying to put things into perspective,
All right.
And everything,
All right. Well, you got it. You understand? So, yes, 147 whites were removed, and there was 623 enslaved that were removed.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Congratulations to you, man.
Yeah.
Welcome back on the other roll.
Yeah, okay. I was a listener.
I hear you. Okay. Beloved, we are a little on the late side, but we got to take our final break of the day, and we're coming back for the last lap. So hold straight, beloved. Lick your cream, because Amsterdam ice cream is just so good for your soul. Back of it, and you don't need me to tell you. Don't know this is the last lap. So you want to get your last lick in. This is it. That's right. So let's do this. Good afternoon to you. Welcome.
Yeah, Mario.
Man, you bought off, you bought off. I give so much shit that you still you ain't want no cream, man.
No, but seriously, I wouldn't lie on this. When I just was able to hear the number 623,
Yeah.
I was holding on to come back with 624. Down at it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Mario. Just today,
Yeah.
I was supervising some work by some, well, we don't call it shrub cutting, guys. The ladder allowed us to cut trees, so clearing shrubs from power lines. And what we do with the bigger trees, we cut what we call a window.
Okay.
Don't cut a tree down, we cut a window so the lines could high tension wires could go through.
Uh-huh.
And when I was there supervising, and my mind gone off and back home and saying, I wonder if they're doing the same preparation or they're going to say it's too early. I mean, the hurricane, the start of the season, is only a few weeks away.
Well,
Well, I've not done something.
it's yeah, we got one more week of April and then May.
Yeah, June 1st to November 30th, I think, is the hurricane season.
Right, yes, exactly, yes, that's it.
However, hurricanes or any bad weather can come at any time.
That's true, that's true.
And I'll give you a quick example, then I'm going to go. Yesterday, I left my home. I was driving my black convertible Mustang, and I decided to put the top down because the sun was shining. They said to that 20% rain, but in the afternoon, this was the morning around 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And Mario, before I could get out the gate to the gated condominium community, I had to put the roof up.
Well,
Mario, the sky open like nobody business.
I hear you.
It rained, let me tell you, down around 10:30. It rained until, let me see, I got home at 1 o'clock. I got soaking wet coming up my car to get into the unit. It was still raining. I went and took a nap and wake up at 4:30. Only then it was raining.
Uh-huh.
But you see the claim that it's some climate change, and throughout the Caribbean, and by extension, the United States, from Chicago today to New York, from down to Delaware, from down to DC and North Carolina, it's under snow.
What?
You know what they are? We're talking about spring, we're in the spring.
What kind of thing is this?
Some strange weather pattern.
Yeah.
And I don't know, some people say man messing with it, fighting with the weather. They say the Trump, they say all kind of things. I don't know what it is. But I know it's strange.
Yeah.
And Cuba, was 4 days ago, was washing away in rain. Flood, like they've never seen it.
Wow.
Never seen it before.
Wow.
I don't know. I could only pray, Mario, that the Virgin Islands, as lucky as we have been, even forgetting 2.5, because even with that, wasn't the worst that maybe could have happened to the Virgin Islands. But up to today, with billions of federal dollars, there's still 1,000 people without roofs on their home. Mario, rain coming again.
I know that. The blue tops them done. A lot of them are just have patches and shredded and we're in bad shape. We're in bad shape.
Some of them changed the tops 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
But people wouldn't get behind the government. If they may, I was knocking the governor. We got to stand up and push back. Why is he not fixing it?
I don't know, Mr. Leonard. I mean, and it's really a crying shame. They say it's in Tamasu, but here we got the Alexander Henderson Elementary School that is now the Alexander Henderson Lumberyard. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars building materials. I mean, like what is that, Lumberyard?
Mario knows it's higher than that because we got a similar yard in Bonara, Obonis, and Damas. They said that lumber was 1.2 million.
Well, there you go. It's, I mean, it's.
But you see, the Fed look at things like this, Mario, and say, should we continue to give these people any more money?
I can't blame them.
And when I tell them that they can make a story, some of them tell me, oh, you don't like your home, you're knocking it down. No, the $600 million for the six right South Job land is no longer available, Mario.
Yeah.
And they come to me before they help me push back.
We're in bad shape. We're in bad shape.
Bad shape. Anyway, you get up there.
Thank you. Stay strong. All right. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, beloved. How you doing, my lord?
Your comment. We try to be as well as you sound. You sound good.
Beloved.
Yes, my dear.
Let me tell you something. No matter, I know you're last club. I had called earlier, but you were going on a question, so I said come back. Let me tell you something, beloved. Let me tell the gentleman, he always puts, thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. Good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. These people are inside. Love you. You know that. Love you. Okay? And let me tell you something, Mr. William. I can't call everybody. Anyway, beloved, let me tell you something. Remember we were talking about WAPA?
Yeah.
Look, we have not been having outages more than, I think it's about 2 weeks. Every minute we were having outages every single day for marathon hours.
Yeah.
Now we have not been having them.
Yeah.
Our woman is talking, Brian talking about, the bacchanal and everything. So I say now is what I've been saying all along, is that, this is by design. How come the unit 15 and it's not tripping the other unit? How come it has not been given trouble? Then, now, Carnival is just around the corner. I think it's next week. I'm not really into Carnival like that. And when you look, no problem. No problem. But we were having a problem every single day.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? This is just made, this is by design. No, just wait. I've been saying it because I've been with this thing of water for a long time. Mr. B and myself and the one guy. He started this, in 2009. We were having, why it started that? Because of the problem for everyone, not as abbreviated as now. Now, after this carnival, this bacchanal, you're going to see they're going to start having outages. I hope not. Because having to throw food up in a switch and the food's so expensive.
Yeah, but if that happened, then it's definitely by design.
By design, I have been saying it because if we were having problems all this time, and I said it today.
Yeah.
I don't say it all the time, beloved. It's by design. It's by design. He has said that Brian has said that he has talked to the CEO about the state of emergency. He said a CEO on time, a state of emergency is when you don't have the money. Okay. When you don't have the money. That means money appears from where prayer to appear. Brian had even said, no matter where you have to look for it. wherever you have to point it. That means the money was there all the time, but now in 10 years it's almost done. And only now the thing is, Papa, when all these years we were having a problem when he was there from the beginning. Okay, so that means now that if we start having them outages after the bacchanal, you're not going to be on top of it.
I hear you.
Yeah, I don't be on top of it.
Because I mean, you don't want anything played like that. That was
Yeah.
that was telling you straight out in your face that hey, we doing this by design, ready for a face, and you can't do nothing about it.
I have said it over and over. And then later I have met some of them, and then some of them who the mosquitoes, the Alabama mosquitoes. They said in there, I need to tell the company with me. I don't care for no hello.
Yeah.
I don't care for no hello. I just care for the person, in shape. So
Yeah.
cold and hair, St. John. But I particularly more interested in St. Paul and St. John. St. Thomas, because St. John is like the privileges we don't get. Yes, I know. I have a lot of us living over it. But the other ones who are living there that are in control. And I say it like that. So when it will be by design, and I know stop. My beloved friend Mr. B is gone, but I will continue keeping his memory alive because he has been planning to come back and do what he was doing all the time. And he always was mentioning you, asking for you, okay?
All right.
You know
Well,
that. Anyway,
you feel free to do it in my name and Mr. B because do what you got to do in your car, man. What else we got?
Beloved, I have to thank you because you always supported Mr. B and myself. And when we went to St. we was on the radio in the other station with you. And you remember when the people were calling well for us?
Yeah.
And bringing things for the station for us?
Yeah.
Mr. Security, the teacher, everybody, were calling in, hailing us. I have not heard from Rafi, and I'm very concerned. Somebody said Rafi is very sick, and no matter how much Rafi and I would cover, I have loved that young man. He and I would cover. I always tell people, don't study Rafi and me, because Rafi and I come from way back. He was calm because Mr. B. He was better.
Well, I hope you're all right. I hope you're all right.
I have been missing him, and he used to call you, and you haven't heard him either, right?
No, I haven't heard from him, no.
I want to know, I want to continue because his mother and I get along very good.
Yeah.
My father were good friends because they were into horses, and my father had loved horses and all that shit. I love horses too, Anyway, beloved, thank you for the time. I'll tell you next week, God's willing. Love you, beloved, love you. I appreciate what you have done for us. You have always been the same one.
Well,
You have always been the same one, beloved, and I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, beloved. I really mean it.
well,
Anyway, thank you for the gentleman in the station for, allowing me and, always, putting me on. I appreciate it. And beautiful.
we all love you. We all love you, Dr. Carmen. We love you. We have a space
I know.
first for you in our heart.
You all are my family in St. Croix.
Yes.
Mr. Williams, I'm not forgetting you. You came to St. Thomas to meet Mr. B and myself. And we had a good time.
Yes.
Yes, and Mr. Patterson, I'm hearing him leader. Mr. Challenger, anyone give him my regard. And everybody, I cannot mention anyone. Anyway, everybody.
All right.
Anyway, thank you for the time. Love you, beloved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cuídate, doña Carmen, cuídate. Mucho amor.
Mucho amor igualmente.
Yes, sir. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, yes, beloved, what to tell you? Like we started out trying to get Armstrong ice cream package. We down to the last 4 minutes here, and let's see if we got a, seems like we got a call. Not, I don't know what, we having a call here? Yes, yes we do. Good afternoon, welcome. We ain't got a lot of time, but we want to hear from you.
The fight for freedom is every day, Mario.
Every day, that's right.
Yes,
indeed.
That's very powerful. But I don't think these colonizers, when they bring the fight for religious freedom, each one brought a different type of religion. And somebody create their own religion. That's how the man-made thing came in,
right,
based on the European attacking the church,
yeah,
out of the first place in the world where humans come from in Africa.
yeah.
And they really and truly don't want us to have our history in terms of talking about Africa.
Yeah.
And I meet many people, they will say, I am not from Africa. So you don't see yourself? You take a zebra out of Africa, it's still a zebra. The zebra don't lose its stripe.
Thank you.
I know where I get that one from.
All right.
That one from Bot. But the reality, Mario, they will never give us the key to heaven, Mario.
Right.
They have stolen that. And when they colonize the church, they cut and paste to create this King James Version,
Right.
to tell a lie and to manipulate the people to enslave them.
Right.
You know? And when you really and truly look at it, it's still our word. It's still Africa's Bible, the King James Version.
Yes,
He
sir.
just brought his name on it. But the
Right.
word, you cannot run from the word.
Right.
The word is what it is, you know?
Yes.
It's God's word. It's not King James Version word.
Right.
So it's still an African book, however to look at it.
I hear you.
But they hate us ever, and they will never give us the key to heaven. We already control the key to heaven.
Yes, sir.
It's within you, knowing who you are,
Yes,
as a
sir.
human being in the world that you live in.
Yes, sir.
And that's very powerful,
Mhm.
okay? Because they have lied far too long to us and never look out for our best interest,
Right.
our best interest. Okay? So all my problems that I've gone through in life, man, and out of all the kids, I've had well over 30-something lawyers, Mario, more
Right.
different cases. And all my problems came from these same white people, man, successful. Good and bad.
I hear you.
I shake my head when I really and truly look at it. But behind them is the so-called truth. So I will leave on that note. I'm fighting for religious freedom myself,
Don't stop.
based on the word, Mario.
Yes, sir.
Out Africa. Be blessed. One love, Mario.
Stay sharp.
Heart to
All
heart.
right.
Heart to heart, Mario.
Yes, sir.
The word.
And so, yes, beloved, down to the last minute, and Rico says, we still trying to recruit you, and wherever, however, you run into Senator Gittins, just please ask him, is there a problem? Why hasn't he made contact with Armstrong Ice Cream? What's going on? Well, as you say, we are going to try, because there are 7 district senators to St. Croix. He is one. And if we can't get to him, well, beloved, we got to try and reach the 6 others. We're going to try it. With everything we got, we're going to try. And with that, beloved, we say, lick your cream, beloved. Because Armstrong Ice Cream is just so good for your soul. Just as long as you keep in mind, bear in mind, always remember, it don't matter how big a basket they give us to full up. One, we could full up that basket just as long as we do it to get down.